Hello, everybody. I just sent the tweet. What up, Schmigeggy? What is it that you hate about farming Minecraft games? I just started looking. Okay. With the way the last stream ended, I was up there when Twitch cut the power, so not sure where to go. Oh, Schmigeggy, I'm not a fan of that either. But where are we really starting already like this? I don't remember how to play. Hold on. Hold on. Swing. That was way too early. Hold on. I can remember this. Hold on. This is bad. This is like the worst possible first fight back. Oh man, Graveyard Keeper and I do not get along. I want to like Graveyard Keeper so bad. It's 100% my style, my aesthetic, my kind of game. There's just something about the way the game is laid out that I'm just like, man, I wish that I could like this more. How far into it are you? Hello, studio. What's up today? Can I get that with this? Not with that. No, wait, hold on. I can remember the controls. I want that health. Oh, don't disappear. Feeling down but working. Well, I hope that hanging out in the stream picks you up a little, because you know I'm gonna do some dumb stuff. Wait. 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 But yeah, Schmikegi, how far in that are you? I got to the part where they were basically trying to make me mayor, and I was like, I am not equipped to be a member of your society, townspeople. I am feeding you, you're dead. Nah, my middle name is Oops. Feel free to add that to the counter. I want to blow up these bats, but they keep avoiding my bomb. I'm trying to figure out what I need to blow up. They wouldn't put them there if I didn't need to blow something up. I got you. I didn't even do that much for any of that. My entire strategy was just to make all of the graves very beautiful and like raise the laurel. I don't remember what that was called. Like whatever that point thing was called, the one that's the laurels. Because I was like, they definitely give me more money if I do this, so I went hyper-capitalist and then just ended up having the upgrades as I did it. Because that's what graveyard keeping's all about. Do I pick the bomb up in this direction? Sorry, I don't remember the solution for this puzzle. I think I have to blow this face up, maybe? Because the other face, if you look at it, it's flowing. This one is not flowing. Oh, he's got rocks in his mouth. That's 100% what I gotta blow up. Now, how do I do it? Don't hurt me, bats. Oh, that's how I do it. Yeah, today's gonna be a long one, provided Twitch doesn't do like it did last Monday, or last Tuesday. We normally raid into Jules, but she's not streaming this week. So I was like, more opportunity for me to get even more of this game done. I'm enjoying it, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like I'm having a bad time. It just feels like I've been on this game for so long just because of the way that I stream now. And the length of the game. And I should probably move the mic closer. My bad, my bad. Okay, now that I did that, now what? What do you want me to do, game? Yeah, this is... Can't go up. This is stream 9, so... What? 4.5 weeks? Is that gonna move? Okay. Yeah, 4.5 weeks. I've got quiet, man. We never reached the goal for me to play it. That stuff looks hot. I wouldn't mind a little hot bath for my sore shoulders, but this is too much. What have we got here? Another new guard? Ha! You can't break me with interrogation, son. You never make me talk. I'm not some sideshow for you to gawk at. Get lost. Chew now. Bro, I was gonna save you. Is this it? Nope. Can I interact with that? Nope. Alright. But yeah, if we ever hit the goal for Quiet Man, I'll gladly do it. What's up there? I'm thinking that my off-stream game may be Minish Cap, since I'm in such a Zelda phase these days. And they just added it to Switch, so I'm like, man, that is the perfect opportunity. Especially since when I first started streaming this, I kept having questions about Minish Cap. How do I... But my current off-stream game, which I haven't really been doing much, excuse me, because of drawing practice, has been Final Fantasy VII Remake. I already streamed it in the past. You guys wouldn't want to see it again. But this time I'm gonna beat it. The last time that I played through, I'm gonna count it as a new game for me and not a replay for me. Only because I didn't get a chance to beat it. Like, I still haven't beaten it because of that hard drive fiasco in 2020 when I was streaming it. Yeah. Oh. I vaguely remember poking these. But I don't remember. Ow. I don't remember what they're for. You know, if I was smart, I could just check a walkthrough. It's choppy and you can't focus? Is it choppy for everyone or just you? Can anybody confirm for me? I'm traumatized off of Tuesday. It's fine for you? Okay. Just making sure. And the audio mix is good? No. But yeah, I'm not sure what the next stream game's gonna be. It'll probably... I swear this game mocks me. By the way, I jumped the gun a little bit. I know that I said I would make emotes when I beat the games inspired by the game, but this one's for Ace. I already did the Skyward Sword emote. I made a monster horn emote. So, feel free to use that. Okay, how do I... Okay. I don't know. I don't think that's how to do it. So hopefully, if Ace does come by, I can show that off for him. Is there... Okay, I can lock on and, like... Can I... Nope. I know this is the solution, I just... How do I fling it into the mouth? Is it down? There we go. See, that wasn't that bad. Hit me. Ow. Ow. That still counted as a block. Why is it not? There we go. Look, this is my first time playing this since last Tuesday. Give me a break. Okay? I'm gonna get the hang of it again. Oh, the hands. I remember these guys from the last stream. I gotta stand on here and then they won't hurt me. Wait. Oh, do I gotta splash them? Come here, hands. I wonder if they're supposed to be the wall masters of this game. Hey, I was watching you, pal. You really socked it to those lava thingers. Amazing stuff. And if you don't mind one more thing while you're at it, how about you get me down from here? Could just take this $5 and leave. This? Oh, I have the whip. I have the whip. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Look, don't judge me. I forgot, okay? Got the whip. Oh, yeah, I'm saved. I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I owe you one big time. Are you looking for treasure too? Yep. Haha. You were totally caught up in that too, pal. I can see it from your face. You're here because of the Legend of the Sleeping Statue, right? But those are some busted old digging mitts. You can't go using them for treasure hunting. I got it. As thanks, I'm gonna give you a replacement pair for my secret stash. Don't you go nowhere. Thanks, man. He even put it in a chest for me. They've been in a buried treasure chest, so they ain't dirty or anything. Now, these aren't the kind of things that you can easily get your hands on just anywhere, so take good care of them. Right then, I'm out of here. So long. Thanks. And now we can do the tunnels. And now I can put on my hoodie. Because just sitting here, I'm getting cold. You got the Mogma mitts. Even the Mogma don't see digging mitts this fancy very often. They don't just dig holes. They also let you bury your way under the ground. Try to find holes that you can dig down into. Like this one? Like this one? Like this one? That's in a cutscene? Sorry, I was taking a sip of my beverage. Okay. Hey, pal. How are those mitts treating you? If you want a good look around above ground, try pressing ZL. Got it? Press ZL to see above ground. Don't you go forgetting it. Okay. I don't know what relevance that has for me, but I'm sure I'll learn. Okay, can't blow those up. You gonna explode? I have no idea where I am. Alright, I'm gonna safety save before I start playing with any of those. One of these is gonna lead. Is gonna lead to where I need to go. Okay. Now, this is a dumb question, but is that forward or backward? Gotta get all that roots. I guess it's forward because there's nowhere else to go. Okay. Just checking the walls. Self-attack! It did nothing. Why did that chime like it was some fancy secret? Alright, that's going backwards. I think I need to go over here. Oh, that's because it was a shortcut. Obviously. There's another one. Are there any others? I don't see any. I was lined up. Oh, oh, no, no, get down. I'm glad it doesn't just auto-release. The arrow, that is. Oh, lame. There's nothing up here. Okay. Hey, another magma. I'll get you down. Oh, yeah. You've come along at the right time, pal. I don't know who you are or where you're from, but what I need right now is for you to get me off this chain. I'm not asking you to do it for nothing, though. Set me free and I'll tell you a big, gigantic secret about this room. It's a secret about treasure, okay? I guess. Is a secret that I can dig? Okay, that wasn't a good secret. That's is it here? See, I'm not sure what path I'm supposed to be freeing up. I hit each switch once. The other one? Thanks. I mean, Zelda games are just wandering around aimlessly until you find your way through. Well, the 3D ones. The 3D ones are aimlessly wandering until you win. Oh, wait, can I just run up this one? Oh yeah! That is the sweet, sweet flavor of freedom, Haas. And, thanks for taking the trouble to free me, sucker. You really think I would divulge super secret info about treasure? My mama didn't raise no patsy. I spent too long finding that info. Huh? Those gloves are from my brother's secret collection. Are you a friend with my brother or something? I helped him. Wait. There's something I want to give you. I'll just get it. Wait here. He hates his brother, watch. No? Here, take this. This here's super secret info that I put together. Takes some real sweat and work, too. I had to survey this place near 100 times to figure it out, but... You ready for this? Now, don't go faint when I tell you. Right here, there's a hidden room. So, in return, please tell anyone that I was captured. Or don't tell anyone I was captured. It'll be our little secret. It's a secret to everybody. Alright then. Go ahead, now open them. But don't forget our deal. Later then. I said bye now. Oh. Hey, we meet again. Sorry, but I kinda happened to overhear that conversation. It seems one of my guys is giving you a hard time. Sorry about that. But that stuff he was saying was all true. There's a breeze coming from somewhere in this room, I tell you. I can smell it. I figure the information in that chest will be useful to you. Is it the map? I got the map. So bombable wall right where I'm looking. What up, realness? No one was talking about Mr. Mole. This room has a fake wall somewhere. And on the other side of that wall, there's another room, or so I hear. The ground underneath us is full of monsters, so we don't go tunneling too much down there, but if you're feeling adventurous, there might be a hidden route. Wait, I don't just blow it up? Okay, yeah, just blow it up. Good thing I can read a map. That would have been trouble. I don't think it's running a higher frame rate. Why do you ask? Wait, I gotta go back up. There was a treasure there. I thought there was a treasure. Are you still in the ad? Coming for that butt, centipede. Ow. Give me your butt, centipede. Oh, I missed. Hold on. Ow. That's weird. I shouldn't have ads longer than 30 seconds. But, yeah, what was that about the frame rate? I haven't changed anything. It should still be 60 frames. It should have always been 60. Wait, 4? That's way more than what it should be. I wonder if after the stuff that went wrong last week, if they changed my settings. Oh, Twitch just does it sometimes? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I thought I have my channel set to 1 30-second ad every 30 minutes. Unless it's like you just joined. That may be the bitrate again. I don't know what's going on with Twitch in my channel. What, did it happen with other channels also, or just mine? Because if it's just mine, I might be able to tweak some settings. Me, I'm gonna explore the room a little more. I also need to report the boss to the guy who ran off. Where was a locked door? I had to go back to get that treasure. Is that a normal locked door? Or is that a... Say what? Nah, I should be locked at 60. Hold up. 1 second. Yeah, on my end, I should be locked to 60. I just double checked. Maybe it's because you got that brand new phone and they're like, hey, this is what gaming should look like. Wait, do I gotta go down? I wanna check here. Oh, didn't mean to do that, didn't mean to do that. I did mean to do this. Oh man, I have no idea. I'm thinking... There, I think there's a test that I can try for, when I'm off stream. This is the worst rupee ever drawn. Hopefully the game still sees it as one. Alright. So yeah, all my stuff is up to date, full inventory. Wait, I want right. No. Wait, how do I get to that room? And then left and left. I just want whatever that treasure is, even if it's only like 50 bucks. Okay. Where's the switch? The other side, of course. Watch it be another monster horn. Oh, you want to backtrack and get the treasure? Alright, you can do that. For a price. Alright, and where do you want me to take this game? In there? I did something wrong there. Like, that's where I need to throw it, but the water's, or the lava's not flowing. Lava wall master, please, please. Do I kill lava wall master? That's probably what they want me to do, right? I honestly don't know. Okay. I mean, I'll kill him, see what happens. It may just clear the path, right? How do I always just walk into things? He's dead. Do I win now? Yep, that's what I had to do. I had to kill him to clear it out. So, realness, I don't know if you saw, but they added, since my last stream, they've added, Minish Cap to Switch. So I have Minish Cap in a playable form now. Hey, a bottle! Too bad my inventory's full and I don't need it. So that might be my next offline stream once I finish Final Fantasy. It was gonna be Star Wars Fallen Order, but because I'm in such yes, in a legally playing form. Wait, how do I get out of here now? Stream Minish Cap? You really want 2 Zelda games back to back? Granted, one is a 2D. How do... With gameplay like this, you want... I honestly don't remember anything about it. I only remember, like, specific story beats. I don't remember anything else about that game. Like, in a similar aspect to how I don't remember much about this game, I remember even less about that game. It's only 6? The only one that I remember... Oh, see, that's not even a dungeon. I remember the Picori Festival. I remember having to shrink down and go into the tree... Oh, the tree stump was one. Yeah, I remember, like, almost nothing. That one may be a struggle. This one I have some insight on what to do. I know that I've played it. But that was when the Game Boy Advance, like, when it first came. Okay, do you remember the Emissary program? Where they gave you away, like, free Game Boy games because the launch of the... Was it the Advance or the SP? Was just, like, so bad that Nintendo was like, here's a bunch of free games. That's how I played it. Like, that's when I played it. So that was what? I'm gonna feel like a fool if I say, like, 17 years ago. But that might be right. Hold up, when... Probably the SP. Minish Cap release date. 2004. So, like... yeah, 17, 18 years. Man. Yeah. So, I only remember, like, story beats. Laszlo. I have a Valdi, figurine hanging on my mic that I got with my pre-order. We're fucking old. Yeah, we are. You know that meme that cycles around on Twitter when it's like what you think gaming was 20 years ago and it's like the Super Nintendo, but then they're like what it really was and it was a GameCube or a Wii. And I'm like, fuck. Don't do this to me, internet. But then again, 20 years doesn't feel old to me anymore. Oh, I heard you. Where are you at? See, if you didn't play your horn, you would have lived. Nah, you had to go and play that little horn. It doesn't feel old because I'm old? Well, yeah. That's my point. 20 years doesn't feel that long ago for me. Now, a 20-year-old... Yeah, they're probably, like, rolling in their graves thinking that I don't think that was a long time. But, to be fair, I have 0 sense of time anymore. You could be like, I started playing this game 2 weeks ago, and I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Or, at the same time, I started playing this game 5 weeks ago. I'm like, yep, that also feels right. Like, February is like, what? We're already mid-February, and I feel like it's just November. Yep. I was having a conversation with one of my younger coworkers about that stuff because he was telling me how nostalgic he is for the Game Boy Advance because that's what he had when he was a kid, and I was just like, you know, I'm not a nostalgia person. But I was fascinated by that, because I was like, yeah, man, I played a ton of Game Boy Advance games. And, he asked me what games I played when I was young, and I'm like, I don't know, like, River Raid was one of my favorites. What up, Hyper Kirby? I am doing fantastic. We're talking about games when we first started playing. Because Realness and I are deceptively old, despite both of us being very young, handsome men. You know how that goes, but it was like, my first console was an Atari 2600. Or as we called it, the Atari. Yeah, and I had River Raid, the really, really bad Donkey Kong port that I put all of my time into. Oh, I am more than a man-child. Like, other than figurines, I do all of that typical stuff, you know, streaming video games, playing all of the games, drawing fan art for people. Yeah, the only part that I kind of don't do is buy memorabilia and stuff, because I'm not a nostalgia person. I haven't watched anime in many, many, many years. The last one that I actually watched was... Oh, man. Season 1 of My Hero? All my time goes into art and gaming now. If it's not streaming, it's art. Tons and tons of art progress. Not to be that guy, but the whole reason why I'm not even, or why I am doing a long stream today is so that way I don't have to do my drawing practice. I know. I gotta get the like, look, once I get my drawing practice done and I learn my animation software more, I can watch the anime, steal what I like, and then draw really cool fight scenes, because that's the way art works. I also am learning a new animation software, which is driving me insane. It tries to do things when I don't want it to, but that's a whole other rant. No, you got me. Go on then, you monster. Boil me, bake me, do your worst. Huh? I know those gloves. Ain't those from my brother's secret collection? He gave me them. What? You know my brother? You're all green. I thought you were a monster. Hey, don't get all angry. I thought you were one of them. Sorry, guy. Let me give you something good to make up for that. Hang on there a sec. Here you go. You know, some monsters seem to be looking for something on those cliffs ahead of us. You heading that way too, guy. You take care of that, or you take care out there. Don't want to see you get skewered or nothing. Me, I'm headed back to Boss's place. I'll open the door for you while I'm at it. See ya. You're playing Sonic Frontiers right now, watching stream. Okay. 2 notes. I'm very happy that you're gaming while you're hanging out in the stream. Unlike certain other people, one of my favorite things to speak to the chat about is what you guys are doing while you're hanging out with me. Like, Realness likes to take walks on the beach, and, like, Schmagegi games or works. And other, like, the other regulars who come by. So I'm happy to hear that you are also gaming. And now you're taking a walk on the streets. Be careful out them. Them streets are rough. But yeah, like, that makes me very happy. Sonic Frontiers is on my list for this year. I wanted to do Sonic Boom into Sonic Frontiers, but that might... Sonic Boom might get dropped completely. You're debating on playing Suikoden 4? I saw that you posted about that. Have you started Suikoden 4 yet? Like everybody else in the world, I 100% skipped 4. Yeah, Shmigeki, that's my point. I'm happy that of other people entertain themselves while I'm just on in the background. Like, I cannot express how much that makes me so less anxious when I see someone hanging out in the chat or anything like that. Like, it just... It helps so much. I dare someone try and mug Realness. Though he'll have them drop a new album. For some reason, he keeps getting these kids into rap battles with him. And then he schools them, and then they're gone. They just drop off the face of the earth. They probably get record labels immediately or something. I don't know. All I know is they don't come around no more. Alright, the door is way over there. But yeah, Kirby, I am currently playing through this. Realness wants me to do Minish Cap after I beat this, which I might do. I have a few indie games that I want to do, like Freedom Planet, and a few others. So I think I might do indie game palette cleanser into Minish Cap, and then depending on how long that takes me, and if I'm trying to get a code. I'm in negotiations for a code for an upcoming JRPG that I'm not allowed to say yet, but regulars have deciphered it based off of my enjoyment and things that I have accidentally mentioned, but I'm waiting to hear back if I get that. So I don't know how you feel about JRPGs, but there may be one coming up soon. Yep, it is that one, Realness. What gaming projects? How do I reach that room? Is there a digging spot over here? No. No, don't try to hurt me. I want to look around. Beetle. Beetle, I want to get a lay of the land. Where? Oh, I'm not even on the right screen to look at it. You want more monster horn? Bruh, I got you. I got you. I made those monster horns. So, that's pretty cool, Kirby. We play very similar games. I've finished Violet, and I finished Sparks of Hope so far. How do you like Sparks of Hope? Because by the time I was done with it, I had feelings. They're locked? What do you mean they're locked? It should be subscribers. Where's that? That's a dead end. Oh wait, there's DLC for it? What's the DLC? You can't put shades on monster horns. They don't have eyes. What are you doing? How do I get over there? Is it up that way? Guys. Stop shooting at me while I'm trying to figure out where to go. But yeah, with Sparks of Hope, man, I had a lot of fun with it. And then I kind of fell into a rut where I had to convince myself not to use Mario, Luigi, and Rosalina. Like, it was hard for me to change my lineup when it didn't force me to, you know? Okay, there's a way to get over there. All your points go to doing that? Hey, if you have ideas for other point redemptions, back. Let me know, because... Why'd you curse me? Ones that don't disrupt the games. Because I learned Chaos Control got redeemed so much that I crashed a car every time I tried to use it, so... Or every time someone claimed it. Learned that lesson the hard way. That one's never coming back. Thanks to somebody ruining it. I mean, now that, like, postage and stuff is doing better. Once I feel more comfortable with my art, I may do the super expensive postcard drawing one again. Is that gonna flow? I have a vague memory of this flowing. Yes, it does. Okay. I will read that large paragraph as soon as I get through this. I'm not very good at time things. Release early 2023, second mid 2023. Did they say what they're gonna be? Are they like... I hope it's like the Donkey Kong one. I had a lot of fun with the Donkey Kong one for the first Mario Rabbids. Maybe a Rayman expansion. The Tower of Doom. What? A WWE crossover? We're gonna get that Legion of Doom crossover finally? Oh yeah, I'm also a huge wrestling fan. Not WWE fan, wrestling fan. There's a difference. So, if I wasn't a disgrace enough, there you have it. What are those faces? That feels important. Is this a shortcut? Realness, are you saying that because of, what's her name? Nikita Lyons? Nikita Lyons and, Toxic Attraction are the only people that I know from that brand. And Realness, if you don't know Nikita Lyons, you might want to look her up, because she may be your favorite wrestler of all time. The Bridge of Decision. Choose the path you believe in. Move forward bravely. Oh, that's awesome. Lola Vice? Do you know her from, Ariel Helwani? Oh, just from her fights? I gotcha. See, that was my first encounter with her. And I was just like, ooh, okay, this is a character. Quite the interview. Oh, so there will be a Rayman one. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that and looking that up, Kirby. I appreciate that. It felt like a mental breakdown. It may have been. Like, didn't she do a fight just before that? I guess we're going down this one. That was kind of my impression based off of wrestling fans. Wrestling fans definitely felt, or give me the impression that she didn't quite perform very well in real fights. We gotta get them roops. Please count that as a rupee. The game thought that I drew bombs. You know, rich people struggle too. That's an entire genre of K-dramas. Rich people struggles. No curse. Swing! No, swing when I'm ready, not when I'm unready. She definitely isn't. She's even let it slip in, like, kayfabe interviews how rich she is, and people hate that. She's really bad at promos, by the way. Not really bad, but she needs work. There are definitely people far worse than her. She's got, yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way to explain it. She is very charismatic. She's got a great look for the camera. She's got an average, I'd say, an average skill set in the ring for where she's at. Definitely not ready for the main stage yet. I'd say maybe 2 years off of, like, my experience of watching people rise through the NXT program. But see, that's the bad thing about NXT. It, like, homogenizes everyone. They'll be like, wow, this guy is really good at blank. And then they stop practicing that and only learn what they're told to learn. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't know the words for it. They make everyone the same compared to when they learn on indies or actual, like, experience. They just sand off everything that makes them unique. Oh, it wasn't bombs that time, game. But see, that's just the problem with WWE. And that's the way they want it. So, I can't even say that's a problem. Like, it's clearly a success for what they want to do. Oh, bat. If they weren't cursed bats, I wouldn't care as much. Can I make that jump? No! My items! There's a place in Final Fantasy XI that looks a lot like this stairwell. Man, I missed that game. Just, it's an addiction, okay? I know it's an addiction. Leave me alone. Oh, I know it's bad for me. Bring light to each statue in accordance to the number of wings each possesses, from least to most. When light resides in each statue, the king's treasure shall be yours. Okay, no. 1, 2, 3. Okay, where do I get the light from, though? You don't understand realness. They, 11 is a whole world. Wait, how do I get over there without touching it? The sheer amount of places and times and just all of that. Okay, 2 is up this way. Oh, I missed 1. I thought that I started at 1, not at 0. That's my bad. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I just wanted to see if that would reactivate the switch. Okay, I have another question. I don't expect anyone to know. You don't need to look it up. Did they add Bomberman 64 to Switch Online yet? Because I feel like that's a prime Switch Online game. Oh, he turned. No, you're facing the wrong direction. I can't attack you that way. Come here, centipede. Alright, which was better, centipede or millipede? Centipede, you would. We had, at our laundromat, we had 3, arcade consoles. And we had Centipede on the left. We had Marvel versus Capcom in the middle. And then, yeah, Centipede, Marvel versus Capcom, and Millipede. Galaxian's better than Galaga? Yeah. It is. What? What do you mean? They swoop. Having them swoop makes them better. It's got one whole more mechanic. Acting like the basic version's better. You know that ain't true. I want to see what's through this door. Oh, that's which room this is. That's like saying Super Mario Brothers is yeah. Mario Brothers is better than Super Mario Brothers. It's just not. I don't know. I had them both at the same time. Like, not had them, but like they were of the same time for me, so I'm not sure which came first. I had an Atari knockoff. It was I can't remember the name of it. It was like, it wasn't Space Invaders. It was Space... I can't remember the name now. I can see it. It was a solid black background, and at the bottom where you move left and right was a cityscape. And they were bugs instead of aliens. And then, like, once you clear the screen, like, 4 big ones would swoop really fast, and you have to clear those also. I'm gonna remember, like, 3 hours from now and blurt it out in the middle of a random dungeon. Oh, hello there, Link. I see you're still among the living. Fancy meeting you here. We seem to bump into each other time and time again. Oh, it's no coincidence, though, is it? You and I, we are bound by a thread of fate. I have hiccups. Look at these old drawings. Until I found these, I was upset about that little stunt the goddess's dog pulled at the gate of time. What was that twig's name again? Impa? Alright, look. Impa's thick. She's not a twig. And I find offense to that, because I love Impa. Well, never mind that, because these drawings suggest the existence of a second gate of time. This news has just filled my heart with rainbows. I've been a busy boy searching here and there and everywhere for another gate of time. Where'd he go? And yet I couldn't even find a single clue. Since I know I can be honest with you, I'll admit, I got a little sulky. It was frowns all around. Why do people hate Girahim so much? I love this dude. The thought of never getting my hands on that darling young girl again was, well, more than I could bear. But then I found this place. The prospect of second gate of time has made me positively giggly. That girl, your adorable friend, she'll be instrumental in bringing about the revival of my master. He's better than Zant. Everybody's better than Zant. I thought I feared she was now quite beyond my reach. I despair no longer. The only cool thing about Zant is his cool chameleon helmet. Like how the tongue comes out, I like that. I know a lot of people think his helmet's dumb, but I'd rather see him in his helmet than out of his helmet. For character design, that is. But before we talk any further on that subject, there's still the outstanding matter of your punishment, Link. Do you remember when I told you that next time we met, I'd make your ears bleed from the sound of your own screams? Yeah, it looks like a butt. You got a problem with looking at butts, Realness? Well, I've been thinking, perhaps corporal punishment is a touch harsh. I might be willing to forgive and forget if you'll strike a deal. All I ask is that you tell me where I can find the other gate of time. That's not too much to ask, is it? Oh, and don't you play coy with me. I know that you know, so why not let me in on the fun? I struggled with that sentence. I don't know why. Such behavior, a mischievous boy like you, needs to be dealt with firmly. I must warn you, I won't go easy on you this time. Let's go! Lovely, aren't they? You'll find the supple skin of my arms tougher than any armor. Doesn't their shape just leave you breathless? Behold, such beauty, such a pure form, such an exquisite physique, such stunning features. Yes, I've pretty much got it all, though there's one teensy tiny thing I lack. Namely, mercy. I'm starting to want... Okay, y'all got me thinking about anime again. This guy kind of reminds me of the dude from Hunter x Hunter. I don't remember his name because it's been a long time since I've seen it. The clown guy from that one also. I wonder if there was inspiration somewhere. Just from like the way he's, not the flamboyance, but like the attitude with it. Come to me, Link. You and I, we're bound for that thread of fate, destined to fight. So come close, Link. Meet me in battle, and the thread of fate that binds us will be soaked crimson with your blood. Let's go. If I beat you last time without a shield, I can surely do it this time. Stop! Get your little spike away from me. No! Let go! Let go! Let go! Stop! I don't know what to press. Oh, don't. Let go. Did he duck my sword? Let go. I'm very unaware of what I'm actually supposed to do here. What direction? Okay, can't shoot him. Can we do the thing where you just rush at me and I parry? I was trying to hit the thingy. Okay, are we just... Oh, I have to knock them away. Nope, that didn't work that time. Do I just have to be faster about it? No. Double click. Yeah, he just did it right away. Girahim, I'm gonna take back all of my praise. Nope. Okay. Can we do the part where you dash? Okay, good. We're at the sword part. Okay. Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good. Come on. Come on. I don't know what that's a prelude to. Okay. Oh, I didn't backflip in time. Oh, I missed my opportunity. Alright. I like that he keeps giving me the same opening. Come on. Do the thing. Oh. Okay, well, my block didn't work and his swing didn't work, so... I guess that makes us even. Oh, I missed. Easy. Enough of this foolishness. I am Girahim, Demon Lord. It shouldn't matter how powerful your sword is. You're still nothing. Not just a human child, and yet you prevail? You filthy scamp. You have awakened a wrath that will burn for eons, I swear to you. Whatever it takes, I will drag you into eternity of torment. Yeah, but you ran. I didn't run, you ran. Got another heart container. I am far from getting them all. Oh yeah. Face Relay Link. And I think there's only 2 more major locations to go. Skyward Sword. Four Swords Adventure. Because that's one of the ones that I haven't played yet either. I haven't played any of the Four Swords. The flames of Din have imbued your blade with a sacred white light that demons revile. It's on my list. This year may turn out to be the year of Zelda when I was expecting it to be the year of Sonic Boom. Everyone keeps saying that! I like Sonic! I want to play it. He's got a Fred from Scooby-Doo ascot. I know Sonic doesn't like me. That's why I like it. Master, none of that has been tempered by now that it has been tempered by the last of the sacred flames, your blade has finally revealed its true form. You now hold the Master Sword. With this sword's great power, you can awaken the Gate of Time within the sealed temple. I recommend you make your way to this location. You got it. Alright, who's ready to play with the imprisoned? I don't remember much, but I remember this next part. Oh! I just unplugged the controller. I believe this is 2. This is the one at night. If I'm remembering correctly. I might be misremembering. But first, I want to see if the stamina potion quest is done. And we got some moblin digging to do. Not moblin. What are they called? This is the only game they're in, so I always forget their names. We gotta go dig in a pumpkin patch is what I'm saying. Okay. Oh. Cat. Pumpkin patch. No digging here? I thought you could dig in the pumpkin patch. But maybe it's the other one. See, I only vaguely remember this nonsense. I remember a place. Is it here? Not here. Maybe I am misremembering. And I still don't know how to get onto that island. I don't have enough for... I don't have enough gratitude crystals. Still missing one song. Wait. What potions? Is that water? Man, let me dump that out. I'm gonna buy another stamina potion for what's his name. And hopefully... Yep, stamina potion. Okay. Oh wait, I don't have the shield yet either. I still gotta do that challenge. Trying to remember what else I'm forgetting. Kinda wish I took notes. I mean, I did, but I didn't on Tuesday. Okay. I'll talk to him at night. I don't know why I just came into the bathroom to sit. Okay. Is this the room? Yeah. Sleep until night. $3,988. That's a lot of push-ups, man. Well, that was a nice warm-up. Hey, Link, I was just hoping you'd come by. I want to ask you something. The other day, I tried lifting some barrels, and I was able to do it with one arm. Do you think that means I've gotten enough muscle? What do you think, Link? Do I look strong? For sure. It's never too strong. Really, thanks. I'm so happy. It's all thanks to you, Link. I would have gotten discouraged if you hadn't come by. Cheer me on. You've got me motivation. I wouldn't say he does. Do people think that? If anything, I think just average. Oh! I didn't realize you were referring to the movie. Yes, he looks like a bitch. I thought you meant, like, in general. Like, no, like, average. I got you. I didn't follow that train of thought. How do I get the gratitude crystals from the toilet person? I think I'm still one away. You don't have a quest. I got it. she's just not showing up anymore. I wanna help. I need one more gratitude crystal for the better wallet so I can buy another heart. Look, you get what is available. Just because I had to buy at a Dollar Tree doesn't make it worth less. Hey, Karen, don't mind me. I'm just sleeping. I got him the Taco Bell branded 3 shells. Spicy, mild, and flaming hot. I assume that's what the 3 are, right? It's just the intensity. I mean, sometimes you gotta use it, you know? Yeah, it's driving me crazy that I don't know how to reach these 2. I truly do not know how to reach these 2. And I want them. It's my money, and I want it now. Okay. Do any of you know how I can get 1 gratitude crystal? Just 1. Do you have their number? I will call them and get my money now. Oops. It's... I watched a video, like, a video essay on those, like, commercial sounds and jingles and stuff, and how, like, one company did them all. Oh wait, that was enough. Now I can hold an extra 1,000. Please continue helping. Nice. I don't know why I thought I needed 35. How many more do I need? Next one you have 40. That chest is not to be opened under any circumstance. There's something unspeakable inside. What? That chest contains the infamous evil of the dreaded cursed metal. If you carry that metal with you, you'll find more rupees than ever, but you'll have a better chance... Wait. If you carry that metal with you, you'll find more rubies than ever. You'll even have better chance of discovering treasure. Oh, don't make me say it. Say what? It gets worse. Far, far worse. Any poor soul that holds that metal will find himself unable to open his pouch. No matter how badly you want to use your potions or shields, they will be denied to you. Can you imagine a gruesome fate? Please push any thought of this chest out of your mind forever. You must never think of it again. What? A report master. Due to your sword's enhancement, it is now possible to use your dowsing ability to detect feelings of gratitude. I have a gratitude crystal to your list of dowsing targets. Thanks. Let's douse. Is there one around here? There's not one around here. Well, we need 6, so there's not really any point in me just dowsing around. Especially since I don't know how to get to 2 of these islands. Nah, I lied. Let me douse. Yeah, there's nothing. Where was I supposed to go? I need to get the eye for that. Well, I don't need this stamina potion, so let me replace that. What's this one again? Oh, oxygen. No thanks. Oops. Really didn't mean to do that. Well, I guess I'll go to the Isle of Songs. Since there's a chest there. Nope! Why do I keep doing that? So with the new Tears of the Kingdom trailer, there's like a whirlwind in it at one point that looks kinda like this, only more conal. And trying to convince my roommate to either play this or watch some videos on it. Because he likes Breath of the Wild, but not Zelda. He's one of those. And I want him to see the Isle of Songs and stuff. Just in case it's in the game, or a reference to it. Where's that treasure chest at? Is it on top? Yes, on top. You got a small bomb bag. I don't need it. I got a large bomb bag. Is there a treasure here also? Oh, I got that one. Okay. Yeah. Wait, was that another... Oh, I thought I saw a goddess cube down there. I'm guessing this is where the game wanted me to go. I don't recall. You called me? I would like to know where the Temple of Time is. Hint? This is the interior Isle of Songs. It's a sacred place built to guide you, Master. Thanks. Objective? There's 95% ability Gate of Time at the sealed temple. Oh, I even made the comment that we had to do the imprisoned fight. And here I am just gallivanting around the world, completely forgetting that I even mentioned that. See, I got too distracted with loot. Yup. Fortunately, it's right ahead of me. I could have avoided that. I was just being dumb. I 100% could have just avoided that. If I get really close and then drop off here, does it put me on top? No, it doesn't. Bird. Is this what I do, bird? I really just want to get those 2 treasures. Man, it's already been 2 hours. It does not feel that way to me. Sealed grounds. I think this is the closest. And then... to the right. Oh, I have to knock that down. Wait, I see a bug. And a giant bomb. Whoops. Please explode. Ow. Okay. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay. I can do this. Come on, controls. I guess it's not active yet. Yeah, it just won't go in. What's my boy Groose doing? What up, Groose? Yo, Link, saw the rail track I put up outside, eh? What's it for? Duh. Oh, you'll see before long. Alright, man. Ah, your sword. There can be no doubt the sacred flames have purified this blade. Well done, Link. That sword holds tremendous power. That sword is a sacred force. It is a divine power left to us by the gods of old. The same power that is spoken in the Ballad of the Goddess. To look upon you is to see the same great power. Now flowing through you is the sword you carry. Come, Link. You must now open the gate of time. Now that the sacred force dwells within your blade, strike the gate of time with the Skyward Strike, and it will surely awaken. Climb upon the pedestal and show the gate your sword's power. I mean, I was trying to, and then you stopped me. Whoa. No, I feel the seal is given away once again. That terrible beast is awakening even as we speak. It is likely that the monster reacted to your sacred power given off by your sword. I wish it had not happened, but there was no other way to open the gate, so it goes. Link, you must imprison the beast once again. Alright, bring it on. This is the time I've been waiting for. It's time to break my new toy. Trust me, that flabby bag of teeth doesn't stand a chance. Well now, what are you waiting for? I'm heading out there. I mean, Bruce is living his life. He's getting his protein in. He's getting his reps. I bet he's squatting a lot these days. Hey, Link. Daha. Try not to drool on your shirt as you stare at this amazing super weapon I've been working on. I call it the Gruesinator. Leaves you speechless, doesn't it? That's only natural. You wouldn't believe how much time I put into building this beauty. Here, check it out. First, I got all these fences cluttering the area out of the way. Then I laid down rails for her to run on. All by myself, of course. Meanwhile, the ultimate evil is forming down below them while he's explaining how all this works. I don't know what came over me. I had no clue I had got talent to make something like this, you know? Anyhow, you just tell me where you want me to place my shots, and I'll put our hurtin' on that ugly monster. I don't care how beefy you are, you're bound to stumble for a few moments after taking one of my big bombs to the booty. Hang on though, that monster showed a smidge sooner than I was expecting. There are a few final adjustments I gotta make before I can move on the rails I've put down. I'll call out when she's ready for action. Till then, do whatever you can to hold off that beast. I mean, you were the one talking to me this whole time, man. Time to fight the imprisoned again. Give me your toes. The Imprisoned is a badass name. It reminds me of those cluster enemies from Final Fantasy X. You know what I'm talking about? Like at the very beginning, those like little fin scale creatures. Look at that. Seems like the ugly fiend grew itself a pair of hands. Great timing. I hope it knows how to catch because my machine is main right arm. When she's all loaded up, I'll let you know. Until then, do what you need to stop it. Whoops. Stop! Camera! Hey Link, the machine's all loaded and ready to smash. It's that flappy sack of teeth tries to climb the wall, I can blast it off from this bomb. When you want some backup from me, just signal with the X. Alright, time for Groose to explode into action. Adjust the machine's position with L and aim at your target. Once you finish aiming, press ZR to launch the bomb. If it hits, you'll stun Scaly Weakling. Target, press left anytime you're in control of Groose to view the basics. Wow, I only got one of them. She packs a mean punch, doesn't she? I tell you, this is the love at first time I pulled this lever. I've never looked at that realness, but I kinda want to now. Ah! Camera! Ooh, camera. I need... There we go. How do I get over there? I don't even know if that'll work. Oh great, I blew up Link. I'm trying, game. I am doing my best to hit it. Maybe I should do it the other way, where you just fall down on it. I've just never done it that way before. Bro, let me... Please hit, please hit. Okay, Groose is doing more damage to Link than the Imprisoned. Come on. Hey, Groose, you got a bomb ready? No, he doesn't. Groose. Bruce, I need a hand. Okay, Bruce, don't help this time. Okay. We're good, we're on track. I believe that was the first one. Where are you at? Alright, stand up. Stand up. Nah. He's just kicking my butt. I know, Bruce. I need you to blow him up when he gets a little bit closer. When he starts to reach. Never mind, I'll pick these up. Can I just do the jump? Ah. I'm doing so poorly. I might have to do this over. I don't know how to not get hit by that. Stop! Let me hit you just once! Come on, man. Too fast. Okay, okay, Bruce. Bruce. Do a bomb. I should have been using Bruce more. That's what it comes down to. Because I can't do nothing. As soon as I can turn the swing, I'm too busy falling again. Come on, man. Come on. Can I arrow it? Like, come on. I got you, Bruce. You can't really help with this part. How do I get to the other side? Is that the end? Please be the end. He's gonna slither again, isn't he? Okay. Let me seal him. Now, Link. Strike the sealing spike with a Skyward Strike and restore the seal quickly. I'd like to. I really didn't want to do that twice. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe I have to do that one more time.
Hey!
I just remember fighting him a lot. Nice work there, Link. Of course, you couldn't have done it without me, but no need to thank Groose. I know I saved your tail. Now let's get that Gate of Time thing up and running. I'll go on ahead. Thanks, Groose. Is that bombable? Nope. It's alright, we'll find a chair up here. We'll have a little rest. Okay. It's so weird that it gives you the damage warning when you have like 6 hearts. It seems you were successful imprisoning the monster again. You have my thanks, Link. As do you, Groose. I do not wish to dwell on what may have happened if you two hadn't been there. Haha, oh, you give me too much credit, Granny. You were the one who got me to stop feeling sorry for myself and put my energy into doing what I could to help. I did what was necessary to get you to realize your full potential. Link, you must wonder just what has been fighting out... Wait, just what it is you've been fighting out there in the Great Pit. There is much I could tell you, but suffice to say, it is the root of the evil we face. When you pass through the Gate of Time, you shall learn more. We may seal it to reseal it into its prison 1,000 times, but it will always shatter the bonds that confine it. Such is its awesome power. We must destroy it at its source, or suffer this fate again and again. There's no time to lose. Hit the gate with the Skyward Strike. Come on already, charge that sword of yours with the sacred force stuff Granny was talking about and zap the Gate of Time. Right, Granny? Indeed, now Link, go. Go to the gate. Hold on, there's a bird over here I gotta see first. No hearts? $1. I thought there was a bench in here. Y'all ready for some time travel? Be a shame if Girahim showed up. Do not fear it. This is what we have waited for. At long last, the gate has been reactivated. Standing before you is the path that transcends the flow of time. It is a portal to the past, to the very place where Zelda now waits. Go bravely, Link. If everything is as I suspect, the reunion with Zelda you fought so hard for lies beyond this gate. Nah, don't worry about me. I'm gonna hang back here, Link. That stupid monster doesn't know when to quit, and Granny here keeps yapping on and about how we never know when it might bust free again. Someone's gotta stick around and guard this place. Might as well be me. Besides, if I'm not here, who's gonna look out for the old girl? And you know what? Nah, forget about it. Aw, Groose turned out to be a good dude. When you see Zelda, tell her I said what's up. That's such a cool effect. Temple of Hylia. Hello, young lady.
Hey!
At last, I've been expecting you, Link. You are doubtlessly overwhelmed, so I will explain things as simply as I can. This is the Temple of Hylia. Though it will come to be known as the Sealed Temple sometime in the future. You stand in the past, ages before your own time. Here, the goddess Hylia has only just sealed away demise. And little time has passed since the goddess sent the outcropping of rock into the sky that would one day become Skyloft. Hi, studio! It is true to its name. You have passed through the gate of time to an era in the distant past. You will have many questions, but for now you must proceed back through the great doors behind you. It is there that the person you've risked life and blood to defend waits for you. You came at the plot-heavy part, studio. You've come so far, Link. I'm glad you made it. It's like, wow, she got hotter. I imagine Impa filled you in on everything. You've traveled very far from home, to the distant past. In this era, the wounds inflicted on the land during the battle between the goddess and the demon king known as Demise have not yet healed. All the fairy tales about that war we heard growing up in Skyloft, incredible as it may seem, they appear to be all too real. I think it's time you learn the whole story. Let me try to explain. The old gods created a supreme power that gave anyone who possessed it the ability to shape reality and fulfill any desire. They called it the Triforce. In his thirst to make the world his own, Demise readied a massive army of monsters for war. He sought to take the Triforce for himself by force. The goddess feared for her people. She used the power to send both them and the Triforce into the sky on a slice of earth she cut away from the land. This floating rock became the new home of our people. In time, it came to be known as Skyloft. After a long and fierce battle, the goddess Hylia succeeded in sealing away Demise. However, soon after the Demon King was imprisoned, it became clear that the seal would not hold long against his fearsome power. Hylia had suffered grave injuries in her battle with the Demon King. She knew that if he broke free again, there would be no stopping him. And if the Demon King were to be free himself, it would mean the end of the world, for all belongs to this land. All beings to this land. In order to put an end to the Demon King, Hylia devised two separate plans and set them both into motion. Link's just slack-jawed. First, she created Fi. She made the spirit that reside in your sword to serve a single purpose, to assist her chosen hero on his mission. Her second plan was to abandon her divine form and transfer her soul to the body of a mortal. She made this sacrifice, as you have likely guessed, so that the supreme power created by the old gods could one day be used. For while the supreme power of the Triforce was created by gods, all of its power can never be wielded by one. Knowing this power was her last and only hope, the goddess gave up her divine power and her immortal form. You've probably figured it out by now, haven't you, Link? You are the chosen hero. And I, Zelda. I am the goddess reborn as a mortal. I'm getting through it. Look, it just takes practice, studio. The day of the ceremony, Girahim's tornado tossed me out of the sky and down the world below. Fi's the sword. I was nearly captured by the demonic force, but I was rescued at the last moment by the old woman who lives in the sealed grounds. I had no memory at all of my existence as Hylia, but she explained to me. She helped me remember who I was and what I had to do. I set out to pray for the goddess statue located in each temple across the land. Each statue stirred up memories within me. After I visited them all, Impa, an agent of the goddess, led me here, to the past. What sword? The Master's Sword! Fi was created at the end of time, sent backwards in time to fuse with the three dragons' flames in order to transform into the Master Sword, or to power it up. And then Impa was sent from the end of time, or not necessarily. This Impa and the Sheikah were servants of the goddess at the end of time, and this Impa is the old lady with the clock hair when she was younger, helping future Zelda in the past. All of this is part of the same great effort to prevent the revival of Demise. Stripped of his true physical form by the seal that binds him, he takes the shape of an abomination. But even in his hideous state, he's more than capable of devouring this land if we allow him to do what he desires. We must stop him from freeing himself from the seal that imprisons him at any cost. That is why I intend to remain here in this time and place to sustain the seal as best as I can. As long as I continue this vigil's a name. As long as I continue this vigil, we may be able to prevent the Demon King from fully reviving himself in our own time. I must maintain the seal that that I created so long ago and keep it strong for as long as I am able. With the memories of my former life returning to me, I can see now that this is my purpose. Link, the goddess created Fi and the great blade she's a part of for very specific reasons. For the task of standing against Demise in the monstrous form he now assumes rests solely on your shoulders. Back in our own time, you've already driven him back into his prison twice now. I can't thank you enough for that, Link. During your long journey, you've grown so much. You learn wisdom from solving devious puzzles and traps. You gain power by honing and tempering both yourself and your sword. And by overcoming the trials set before you by the goddess, you found true courage. Now those qualities reside in you. You are worthy of wielding the power the old gods left behind for our kind. You can claim the Triforce. He already has it. Valiant hero, you have endured many hardships and journeyed far in your quest to reach this place. Yeah, it's in his hand. They keep showing it every time he got one of the fires. Along your travels, you have found wisdom, power, and courage, and for this I shall bless your sword with the goddess's power. May it give you and your sword the strength to drive back the abomination that threatens this land. Here we go. The mark you see upon the back of your hand is proof that you're the hero of legend and that within you dwells sacred power. It is the mark of the Triforce. Stand now, Link. Draw your sword. Now we got the sword of Monster's Bane, or Evil's Bane. Look at that. The goddess has blessed your blade, and the Master Sword has last achieved its ultimate form. The sword is now imbued with the mythical power to drive back demons, and only Link may wield it. Link, before I say another word, I feel like I owe you an apology. You see, the mark of the Triforce on your hand is a symbol of the greatest power in this world. If you can obtain the actual Triforce, we will have the power to vanquish Demise once and for all. The problem is, among the countless souls in this world, only a select few, with those with an unbreakable spirit, can wield its might. It's impossible to know the true reason why the old gods created the Triforce, but I have a theory of my own. A game theory. The gods created the Triforce, yet they specifically designed it so that their own kind could never use its power. Somehow I think that may have been their way of giving hope to all of the mortal beings of the land. Which bring us back to you. To face Demise and give the land hope, the goddess Hylia needed someone with unbreakable spirit. That someone is you, Link. But spirit alone wasn't enough. You had to overcome many trials and awaken the hero within yourself so that you could wield the supreme power. And so I knew that if I meant saving Zelda, you would throw yourself head first into any danger without even a moment's doubt. I used you. Royalty. I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am for pulling you into all of this. But you have to understand, this is a war, and the fate of our land hangs in the balance. I need your strength to tip the scales in our favor. Nah, she ain't. She'd do it again. Like in Tears of the Kingdom. All that may be well-intentioned and true, but it doesn't mean it's right. And it doesn't excuse my actions. But I'm prepared to pay the price for what I've done. To ensure that the seal holds, I will remain here in this time, deep in sleep for thousands of years. Link, I can't say it enough. I'm so sorry for the way I had to involve you in this. Oh, Kirby, I stream everything. Well, give me a break from reading. I'll show you my starting soon screen real quick. As I stream throughout the year, I update this status screen. So far, I've beaten 4 games. 3 of them have been recent releases, 1 has been a new release, and the type of game is on the left. So throughout the entirety of the year, I will play these types of games, but they're just general, right? Like, I'm just gonna throw things in if something doesn't quite fit, and then we'll see where I come out at the end. So this is basically how I track it from year to year. I'm gonna make it look better as time progresses, but that's the best example I can give. I play everything. Lately has been a lot of Nintendo. And indies. But the genres are all over the place. Alright. See ya, Realness. Thanks for coming by. But until my memory of things before our lifetime returned to me, I had no idea we were fated to carry such a heavy destiny. Before all this, I was happy just spending my days hanging around with you in Skyloft. I wanted that feeling to last forever. Oh, the goddess? So I have a theory that this goddess is... or this Zelda is the same Zelda from Link's Adventure. Kirby, myself, Realness, and quite a few of my other friends and a few regulars who come by, we try to beat as many games as we can throughout the year and, like, try to be pretty diverse about it. Even though Realness is on a beat every RPG in the world journey at the moment. Marceline's watching? Nice. While it's true that I am highly a reborn, I'm still my father's daughter and your friend. I'm still your Zelda. So, the timeline is very far apart, right? But that's the only game that has 2 Zeldas. So, it takes place immediately after you rescue the first Zelda, only to find another one sleeping in a time stasis in a temple. So, plus, if my theory that it's a time loop with different tracks like a record then it would add up. Because for that to happen, you would have to have a time frame that has multiple Links or Zeldas or Ganons, and that gives the proof towards that. When Demise is finally gone, there will be no need for the seal that binds him, and then I'll be able to wake up. Man, they don't know how time works. In Breath of the Wild alone, Zelda was standing there for 1,000 years. They don't know numbers in Hyrule. They make numbers up constantly. You can't factor in time. They have a worse understanding of time than I do. Man, this could be a week before anything happens. They're always like thousands of years later or hundreds of years later. It's like, what is the lifespan? Zelda's got nothing on Spinel. How long was Spinel asleep? She just stood there waiting, though. Zelda can sleep, though. So I'm going to ask you a favor, Sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, when all of this is over, will you come to wake me up? I promise. Spinel waited 6,000 years? At least we have an idea of what 6,000 years in Steven counts as. Plus, what if this Link just didn't live long enough to wake her up? They're just like, whoops. It's been like 10,000 years. We accidentally woke this Zelda up. Damn. I didn't want to say anything over that clock sound. It was very dramatic. I'm gonna save it after all that talking. I see you've said goodbye. Now you must keep that promise you made to her. You must find the Triforce. Return to your time. There is work to be done there. Do not fear for Zelda. I will watch over her. Go now and fulfill your destiny. I mean, can you think of any other Zelda that would be put into a magical sleep? Because, like, if you go back and check the story for Zelda 2, or for Link's Adventure, there was definitely 2 Zeldas. Yeah, Studio's a huge Steven fan. So you've returned. Alright, so that leads me to believe, at least now, until they give us another Sleeping Zelda, that is the Sleeping Zelda, right? I gotta turn my light on. I'll be right back. I'm back. This is way before an evil wizard didn't do it. Well, at the same time, if this would be that one, right? You would assume that if, say it has been like 7,000 years, people are gonna mess up that story. I mean, in real life, we can't even get a story straight after 10 years. On the other hand of that gate, Zelda waits, suspended in a sleep without end. But do not despair, for she is still alive and well. I mean, after this Link dies, she won't have a Link. True to legend, the Triforce is the one thing with the power to vanquish demise. It is thought to have been hidden within Skyloft by the goddess. Sadly, that is all we know for where it rests. All other clues of its whereabouts have been lost to the ages. Plus, continuity doesn't make sense for the official timeline anyway, or the storytelling or anything, because, as I keep harkening back to it, the Picori should not be helping Link. They just straight up should not be helping him here. They don't help him in Breath of the Wild. Link, you have likely come to the same conclusion, but I will spell it out just the same. The key to finding the Triforce must be in Skyloft. Go now, Link. Find the Triforce. It 100% does! Breath of the Wild is at the end of the timeline officially. Nintendo has 100% pointed that out. No, a point before Breath of the Wild, it converges. Which makes even less sense. I'm telling you, Hyrule Warriors was supposed to be that point. The events of that was supposed to be that. Nintendo cowered it out because the game was too good. But see, that's why I believe that it's a loop. So the events of Ocarina can or can't happen. And then something happens after Breath of the Wild, before Skyward Sword, to restart the pattern. Which is why things from each timeline, each branching path exists in each path when they shouldn't. Because, like, the Silent Realm in this shouldn't exist in the Twilight, like where Twilight Princess and all that is, but it does. Or like it's weird because none of it makes sense, right? So we have to pretend that they weren't just making really cool different games and that they're just not now going back and changing things, right? So like we have to pretend that there was a plan. And see, Ace and I went on this for hours and hours and hours one day. You can't have Back to the Future rules in this because it has Terminator rules. But the Terminator rules cause so many paradox in this. Right, but they also had to rewrite it because of all of that. So, like, that's what I mean. I think once you hit the events of Ocarina, it splits into 3 like they say in the timeline, because apparently you can't revise things without that happening. So it'll switch to one of 3 tracks, not simultaneous, just one of those 3 things will happen, and then the loop continues. Right? But each time it loops around, it brings something from one of the other loops. I do wish that they pulled a Sonic where only the 2D games affect the 2D games and the 3D games affect the 3D games. That is one thing Sonic got right. The comics only affect the comics for now. Like, Zelda definitely could have benefited from that. Link, there's something I gotta tell you. I love you. So Zelda, how's she holding up? Was she okay when you saw her? Actually, she said she wasn't interested in you. Welcome back, Studio. That's terrible. It's gotta be so hard for the poor girl. But you're gonna do something about this mess, right? Link, I've made up my mind. I'm not going back. I'm staying right here with Granny. Oh, don't look so bummed out. Do I look sad? Nah, I'm doing what I want to do. I don't know how to explain it. I got this feeling in my belly there's work to be done here. Or work to do here. Someone's gotta watch that big ugly monster, and someone's gotta make sure Granny's doing alright. I ain't an action-packed as what you're doing, but maybe this is my destiny. Know what I mean? Besides, it's not so bad here. Living up in the sky was okay, I guess, but don't you just love the way it smells down here? What? That's not weird to say? Check it out. Zelda and Granny have brought life back to the land here. I bet even the weakest sapling could grow into one beast of a tree in this soil. Like this. Hold on. I mean, see, that's rough realness. Because I could see it being that way. I don't know how to say it. I personally feel the whole thing should be shuffled around, if that makes sense. So, like, other than the ones that are actual direct sequels, it's so hard to place them. A split timeline, it's just so unsatisfying. I mean, sure, it'd take a few years for it to grow, but as far as I'm concerned, I got nothing but time. It's weird to say out loud, but that's just how I feel right now. So yeah, you know, when you get back to Skyloft, do me a favor and let people know I'm doing okay down here. This is confirmation that Groose grew the Dicko tree. Cowling and Sturch might get a little emotional since they look up to me, but you tell them I'm happy, okay? Thanks, Link. This is the spot of the Deku tree. Right here. This is where it's gonna grow. I'm gonna sit here on this bench and watch it. Hard to leave the old girl all to herself, huh? But don't you dare go telling Callan and Sturch that I'm down here taking care of some little old lady. Man, I butchered all of that. All of the Deku trees are the same tree. They're all the same one. At least according to the book. The Historia. So we got Groose to blame. It's your fault. So he planted it. The pedestal goes over here. And this is the Temple of Time. In the book, it states that the way the Deku Tree works is that, like, it just drops the seed and then it just grows again. But it's always in the same spot. Like, they view it as the same tree. So even when it burns down, it's still the same tree. I don't know how that works with plants. Like, if it buds, it's the same, I guess, is what they're saying. Like, what they say in the book. I don't know. You can get a PDF of the book if you don't want to pay for it. Like, they're all over the place to read it. I don't know how that works. Like, when you propagate a plant, is it considered a new one? There she is. That's her right there. They won't let me shoot arrows. That's Zelda. That's Zelda Hylia. Where do they want me to go? Master, you must find the Triforce in order to vanquish Demise. I strongly recommend that you search for information about the... Oh, Skyloft. That's right. I already have the power of the Triforce. Nah, we're nowhere near over. I want to say there's still 2 more sequences. Whoa, I think my heart stopped. This is it, the discovery of a lifetime. There's no mistake in it. This symbol must mark one of the goddess's walls, left by the hero for the goddess. Yeah, that's not what it is, bud. I don't know if that's gonna register as a rupee. Oh, I did. Give me all the money. Okay. Where was the thingy? Huh? Is there something different about your sword, or is it just me? Either way, but you've got to get rid of those bad guys down there. You know, but even at a time like this, I never stop thinking about my research. Over time, the power of the goddess's wall is restored. When that happens, I would like your help with my research again. I pressed the wrong button. There's a bug. Got it. Alright. Skyloft. Okay. Now I can pour more of my beverage. wasn't ready yet. Studio, what are you doing while the stream's going? Yep, still doesn't let me land on that island. Whoop. I almost dove off of the planet. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to talk to. So I'm gonna go to the school and see if anyone there has anything. Oh, that's the bath. I don't want to go in there. Nope. Can't get into Zelda's room. I know she's not there during the day. Headmaster. Hey, by the way, your daughter's a goddess and she's stuck in time. Hello, Link. Have you heard anything more of my daughter? What is it? If you know anything at all, I urge you to share it with me. About that. You want to tell me but you can't? I understand. I'm sure you have good reason for keeping quiet. Link, I have been doing some thinking since we last spoke. You have had this destiny thrust upon you without warning, or choice, for that matter. But I wish to help you as best I can. I'm getting older, and I lack the vigor of youth. But even old men have ways of being useful too. Allow me to become your boat! Wow, you're doing a lot. I wish to share as much of my knowledge with you as I can. As a boat. If you have any questions at all of Skyloft or its history, I will be glad to tell you all I know. Actually, I need the Triforce. What do I know of the Triforce? Link, where did you hear that word? It's true that the ancient texts make several mentions of the Triforce with their pages. Unfortunately, the actual location of the Triforce isn't illuminated in any of those tomes. Its whereabouts are lost to history. Sorry, Link, it shames me to say, but my knowledge is of little use on this subject. Yeah, but can you tell me who does know? Hey. Link, just a moment. Though there is one whose vast knowledge may be of use, surely you're familiar with the Levius, the great sky spirit who guards our realm for ages. Levius? Yeah, Levius has served as the protector of our skies for a long time, and his knowledge of our world is encyclopedic, to put it mildly. If anyone in the entirety of Skyloft and beyond were to know about the Triforce, it would be him. Where is he? Yes, I feared that might be your next question about that. So you switched to opera now? I imagine in your travels, you've awakened notice of the tremendous thunderhead? What's a thunderhead? That suddenly appeared in our skies. Recently, I've heard rumors suggesting that Levius is trapped inside that massive cloud. I asked Instructor Orwell, or Owlin, to look into this troubling cloud in order to determine if there is any truth to these rumors. I had meant to inquire about his findings earlier, but completely forgot about it after Zelda went missing. Instructor Allen can find me on the details later, so why don't you go speak with him yourself and see and investigate has revealed. I don't remember Thunderhead in this game. Honestly, from my memory from the last time I played this, I remember the bomb fight with the imprisoned. Going back in time, you go to the Isle of Storms. Oh, that's Thunderhead? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. The world's doomed. Link's retiring. Where's his bedroom? Yep, I died. Link's gone. World's doomed. We're never going back. No, like, I really don't remember. I could have sworn you just go to the Isle of Songs. There's another there's another Girahim fight. There's an imprisoned fight. And then a demise fight. I don't remember anything in between that. Link, how goes your search for Zelda? Have you found her yet? What? Levias? So you've been talking to the headmaster, I take it. If I'm correct, Levias is the one inside the Thunderhead. But that's not the Levias that we all know. That's a monster. It certainly looks like Levias, but last time I approached him, he came rushing at me, his eyes, they were full of malice. Malice! Breath of the Wild? Connections? People change, or old wizened creatures change, rather. Perhaps it's more that he is possessed by something? That's how it felt to me. He's possessed by malice. Calamity Ganon's doing it. What, you want to talk to Levias? That's impossible. I don't think Levias is capable of listening. Not in his current state, no. And even if you were to get close enough to talk to him, it will likely end with you getting brushed aside and sent flying to your death in a sea of clouds. What? You're still planning on going? I see, it's because you need to find Zelda. I understand. I get the feeling nothing I could say will talk you out of it. Hey, I have an idea. Come with me. What's your big idea? Levias is inside the Thunderhead. He's been acting so strangely. Like something has possessed him. If we can somehow free him from whatever it is hold over him, then there's a chance he will return to his senses. Listen well, Link, because I'm about to teach you a very powerful bird riding technique. It's called Spiral Charge. Using the Spiral Charge, you can get rid of Levias, of the blight and the hold of him. The technique is quite easy to perform. All you have to do is press X. However, the acceleration effect lasts longer than the attack move you've used so far. Maintain stable flight can be tricky. There's a technique that only Senior Knight Academy students who have mastered high-level flight skills are allowed to perform. I think my brain has reached the point of reading consecutively that it's just not trying anymore. My brain's just like, it's time for action or something passive. No more reading. It's still a bit too early for you, but this is an extraordinary circumstance, so I'll make an exception this time. However, I will test you. First, dive off the platform and call your bird. Listen up, Link. I taught your Loftwing to perform a spiral charge when you press X. Use the spiral charge to attack to break 10 targets placed around the floating boulders up ahead. You can destroy 10 targets in under 120 seconds. I'll recognize you as a skilled bird rider. No, I'm bad at piloting. Off you go. Okay, we missed one. I can do this. I'm so bad at this. I got no bird riding skills. Come here, you. Too far away. I'm so bad at this. Okay, I got 3. He said only get 3, right? These controls, man. I feel like this was supposed to be simple. You line up. No, missed that one. Nope. I was hoping I would have clipped that one. One more, 10 seconds. Nope, I failed. Yep, I failed. I started to do better. Okay, let me try again, damn. I told you I wasn't good at flying. What? Wait. What? Where are you at? You! Why you let me leave without the trial? I'll do it. I'll fail at this again. Just, come on, man. Alright, I'm ready. It's hard to do, okay? Yep, let me go. Let me do it. Let me go. Okay. I can do it. Not only did I hit the target, I hit the bird. Alright, I missed that one. Oh, I should have did the spiral. It probably would have counted. Okay, I can do this. Nope. My depth perception while flying is horrible. Okay. 5 more to go. Alright, that was generous. I don't think I should have hit that. Come on. Okay. Alright. I can do this. Maybe I should do, like, Star Fox or something. Get better at piloting games. Nine. There we go. Pilotwing 64. No, thank you. Pilotwing 64 and I do not get along. All because of that parachute game. If you could control your bird that well, you'll have no problem at all. I know you could do it, Link. And what a magnificent red bird. You are henceforth permitted to use the spiral charge attack as a qualified bird rider. The next thing we have to address is just how to go about finding Levius. Maybe the owner of the lumpy pumpkin might know something. Every year he makes an offering of his pumpkin soup to Levius. Okay. That's where we're going. Yeah, back in the day, Pilotwing 64 was one of the few 64 games I had for a while that wasn't a rental. And let me tell you, I am bad at that game. And you know, when it was a situation of back in the day when it was like one of your few games, if you didn't get good at it, you probably were never gonna get good at it. And that was one of those for me. Wanted to. I just never got good at it. Can't explain why either. I'd like to just blame the controls, but it's all me. Barkeep, one milk, please. What's the matter? You look like you got something mighty serious on your mind. Actually, Levius? What about him? Sure, I know Levius well, but I wasn't aware anything was wrong. Every year I offer an entire basin full of my pumpkin soup. But lately a huge thunderhead has been brewing there, and I haven't yet made this year's offering. I tell you, I feel horrible about it. No. You say you'll deliver the pot of my soup to Levius? Huh? I don't know how you plan to fly into that huge thunderhead brewing out there, but if that's the case, I'm going to do everything I can to make Levius the best batch of soup ever. You wait right here. Right here. I'm getting inspired to fire up some more soup like I've never souped before. Oh, okay, so the controls were bad. Voila, here it is. I've been cooking this stuff for well over 10 years, and I have to say, this is the best batch of pumpkin soup I have ever created. I don't remember any of this. Master, I will signal for the robot. Miss Fee, I'm here. This feels like a side quest more than the main game. Oh, it's another heavy load. But don't worry, I can carry anything. I'll be waiting outside. I can take you wherever you need to go as soon as you're ready? Wait, I can take you wherever you need to go. Do I have to fly in the pumpkin? Shouldn't that say, I can take this wherever you need it? The place where I offer soup to Levias is inside the Thunderhead Cloud, on the island with the everlasting rainbow. Oh, you'll know it when you see it. Good luck. I know that place well, sir. That's why I replenish hearts sometimes, because I get hit by skeleton thingies. Okay. We gotta go this way. I wonder if he can fly through the speed up portal thingy. Did he make it through? Okay, yeah. He made it through. Hi, Leah. They tried to shoot him down. We're doing good. When those things get closer, I just have to do the spiral. Oh, I missed. Alright. That was easy. I'm unloading this cargo of pumpkin soup here. You've picked an odd place for soup delivery. Feels dangerous. Something could jump out at us at any moment, hungry for soup or robot. No one wants to eat a robot. Okay. That's the windfish, right? I do remember the windfish. I mean, there is a possibility of that, Ronus. Windfish out. Nah, no need to bail me out. I'll just do my time. I don't have to pay rent or anything while I'm in there, right? Okay, come on. Let me... How do I do this, guys? There, got one. Come here, let me get your eye barnacles. This is so annoying. No wonder why I didn't remember this. Nope, I missed again. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take a moment to just chill for a second. One second, everyone. Okay. I've readjusted. I'm cooled off. I will save this windfish. Now I'm happy I killed it in the other game. Seriously. That's what you think. Oh. I didn't save it. Once I realized I was killing the things imprisoning it, I just lived my life out in the town singing music. I smell like windfish? I imagine it smells like nothing. Bro, just keep flapping. Just flap your stupid wings. I'm about to die. Can I land on an island to heal? And let's find out. I'm gonna go land on that island. Probably should use my red potion. Can I shoot it? Nah. Here we go. Which way are you gonna turn? You turning right? You turning left? What are we doing here? Stop. Got it. One more. Why can't Link just use his bow while flying? He's got no problem with doing that while on a horse. Okay. Missed again. I'm sorry this is so hard to watch. I am trying my best. It's just so hard to control, and he keeps making right turns, which makes it hard for me to hit that side. I need him to make some left turns. I really need you to make some left turns. Alright. That's it. Nope. I was about to hit the tail. Eyeball. There we go. No! No! It's not like there's a trick to it, I just have to do it. Is this supposed to be this hard? Is, like... I can't Z-target it. Bet you'll never find another streamer who has to drink a potion during this fight. Where is he? Bro. What if I played you the Song of the Windfish? He's just getting further from the island. Alright, Windfish. Do not turn anymore. I'm like right here, but I can't. There we go. Whew. I 100% blocked this out of my mind. Right? Like that's the only reason I don't remember this. I probably suffered so much where I was just like, man, that's not worth remembering. How do I hurt him? How do I hurt you? Is that hurting you? That hurt him. Did that hurt him? He fell on me. Now I know what to do. You're done. Swung that as fast as I could. Oops. Back up a little. Oh, he's switching sides now. Oh. Can I just shoot you? This is my strategy. He's eventually going to be in the middle. Oh, he's in the middle when I accidentally twist the thing. I'm putting no mental thought into this. There we go. Levias, you're You're parasite free now. Time to take a nap. Link was never seen again. Tell me, boy, was it you who brought me this most delectable cauldron of pumpkin soup? I must apologize for my earlier behavior. A most peculiar and irksome pest possessed me. I was not myself. But that business is done with now. This delicious aroma of that soup has restored me to my senses. I am the great spirit they call Levias. Before she passed from this world, so long ago, the goddess Hylia appointed me as warden of the skies. And what do they call you, boy? Ah, Link it is. A rather pleasing name. Excuse me, a rather pleasing name that your parents clearly have excellent taste in names. You carry a curious sword, boy, and I sense a silent power dwelling somewhere in that little frame. I see it now, Link. You are the goddess's chosen hero. How interesting. I assume you've come to hear what I know of the Triforce. Yep. As I suspected. Listen closely and I will tell you. As you likely know, long ago, an evil force attempted to take the Triforce for his own. The goddess did everything in her power to prevent it from falling into his hands. For the safety of all things, she hid the Triforce somewhere within the rock you call Skyloft. However, its location has been kept secret. Even I do not know where it rests now. Oh, but the goddess did entrust me with a hint to the Triforce's location. The clue is a song meant to be played on the harp you hold. It is known as the Song of the Hero. The song is the key to revealing the secret location of the Triforce. Now, this Silent Realm I do remember. The goddess split this song into 4 parts. She entrusted one part to me and the other 3 to the dragons of the land. You must gather each of the 3 parts of the Song of the Hero, seek out the dragons and convince them to teach you their parts. When they've taught you what they know, come to me and I will complete the song with my own voice. The dragons can be found at Farron Woods, Elden Volcano, Lanayru Desert. Go on then, find the dragons you now seek. Okay, bye. Oh, wait. Can you, like, drop me off or something? I can't seem to... I am there. Let's go to Lanayru first. Oh, no, bird. At least the weather cleared up, right? I didn't realize I was closer to the red one, so let's go to there first. No, tornado, I thought I dealt with you. Okay. Where was the dragon at? Oh, it didn't even let me choose where I was dropping in. Great. I got no sword. Ta-da! I'm here to save the day. Hey, long time no see. Don't tell me you forgot my ugly mug? I'm Platts, the Mogma you helped in the Northern Temple. I saw them dragging you off unconscious, so I tailed them. You're pretty fearless, eh? What are you up to now? Well... The dragon? You mean the dragon god thing? Ah, yeah, I heard a rumor that the big dragon god lives in this mountain. You really like those fancy stories, eh, pal? Why am I here, you ask? I just heard a rumor that some bad guys were getting together on this mountain. And everyone knows that when bad guys get together, they'll be fighting over some loot. Don't you gotta take care of your own business first? Haven't you noticed they swiped all your stuff? While you were out, they shook you down good, pal. You're gonna want to get your stuff back before you go and try anything else. I can get you started. I stole these back for you. You got your Mogma mitts. You use them to escape. Time to tunnel out, pal. You got work cut out for you. Good luck out there. Just gonna get these hearts. There wasn't one in there. Camera? Let me check my messages real quick. I got a lot of messages. Okay. I'm gonna have to double back to those at some point. Where am I? Alright, gotta go this way. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, one of the messages I got was important, but it's for another time, so I'm good. What are you thinking? You shouldn't be out here in the open with no way to defend yourself. This place is crawling with thugs. Well, just be careful they don't spot you while you're sneaking around. Yeah, all this reading's drained me. And I probably don't even need to say this again, but seriously, pal, don't let them bad guys see you, you hear? They ain't gonna do nothing nice if they catch you, so don't do anything heroic and get yourself caught. Got it. Dot, dot, dot. Ah, you know, I really worry about you, pal. It's a weakness of mine. Okay, tell you what, you're gonna show something good. Open up your map. I feel terrible for you, pal. Here, do one more thing for you. Old Plats here gonna show you what's in all the treasure chests. Ta-da! Thanks. Where's my sword? After all, none looked like stuff I'd really want anyhow. But if some of the things are yours, I'll bet you're gonna want them back, right? Alright then, I'm going back to rummage around for treasure. See you later. If you got up at 7:30, what time should you go to bed? I don't know, what time are you planning on waking up? That's the more important question. $9 a.m.? I would say midnight or 1, if not later. What? If you want to wake up at 9, I would say like midnight or 1. If not later. No, break free, break free. Ah, they didn't take my earring. You fools. You're tired now? I mean... That's just what it is, right? Yeah, they're fools. What of it? I'm at 4 hearts because of the dragon, not because of them. They didn't do me like this. I did me like this. I'll be fine, I just need a bench. Just you wait and see what happens to them when I can take a load off. I mean, you're also a responsible member of society. All my R items are... Stop doing that. All my R items are moblins. Can't do much with that, because I don't have the bellows. I gotta get the claw shot back. Man, I really feel like I would have remembered this part of the game. How I get over here? How I get up there? Is it in that hole to come out here? But like even then I'm not... I miss my beetle. My beetle shows me where to go. No, the moblins took all of my weapons. Do I go down here? Really? I feel like I know the water temple more than this entire game. What item is this? Is this the bellows? I got the bellows. I got almost 1,000 monies. I'm good for cash. They took my bug net. They took my bug net. Oh, he didn't see me. He's gonna, because I can't move now. Does this count as me playing Metal Gear? After I finish this segment, does it count? Can I cross that off the list? Why not? Finally! See, Studio? I'm good. Just sometimes you gotta just sit down. You gotta take that 15. It's like 1 hour if you know how to play it. Or 8 hours if you know how to play it. You really think that I'm able to do that in 8 hours? Oh, does she like it? Well, let's chalk that up as a 12-hour one then. Nope, give me your butt. Give me it. Why is this pattern so hard? I'm trying to get its butt. There's just something about this pattern that, like, Link's stamina is just not cutting it. Give me the butt. Are you turning or going straight? Come here. Oh, Marceline is super spoiled. That's just a fact. What? What'd I do? I can't use it on him. I'm glad they left all these pea hats everywhere. Okay. Where do I go? Up, left, and down? Huh. I gotta go over there. Why are all of you guys bragging about your toilets? They took my bug net, and look, there's a ladybug. These guys are the worst. Yeah, I want my bug net. It's the best item in this game. Nah, it flew off. I don't know, but I'll try. Demise does have the Zelda volleyball, so I'll try it. I didn't my first time. I'm gonna try and blow this guy up. Oh, I blew this guy up. I want to blow that guy up. I mean, that's just how you use it. Is he far enough that I can just open the chest? Got the whip. Be nice to have a bomb bag. What, ew? You not like pea hats? Yeah, that's a pea hat. Runas, you know what I should do since you brought up Minish Cap? I should do like a 1-hour stream where I just beat Zelda. Safety saving will bring... Studio? How about that? Yeah, Zelda 1. I think I can do it in about an hour. This is slowly... Or not slowly, this is quickly becoming a Zelda year. I think Temple 8 is the only one that I don't have fully memorized. Shmigeki, I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something you're not allowed to say anymore. Don't get canceled. I don't know how long they're gonna make me play without the net. Roll it. I hope I get it back soon. It's not on the map, though. It looks like I get the slingshot or bombs next. Look. More bug. Another ladybug. Because I had to blow up the path. Please, it's so hot. One of the most amazing treasures of the world, just up ahead. What ladies? There's another bug! I'd be bug rich if I just had my net. Hey, buddy. A little while ago, all the badmen started disappearing. Then I noticed they were gathering up ahead. They must have something good. Well, I need bombs to progress. Who has flash grenades? At least I can kind of defend myself. Yeah, this is a long game. Oh no, those weren't flash grenades. Those were the deco seeds. Deco seeds. Deco? Deco. Oh yeah, this is... It's... I'd say it's either this or, Link to the Past. Because Link to the Past is really long also. Well, if you do everything in Breath of the Wild, that one's probably the longest. Oh. Can I just whip him? Nope, that didn't work. I thought I could whip his horn away. Don't make me do all of that over. Okay. Do I still have my stuff? Okay. Lesson learned, you can't whip the horn away. Yeah, because you only have to get the amulets for, like, the time-consuming. I'm pretty sure I can beat Zelda 1 at the longest in like 2 hours. Zelda 2, I don't think I can beat without save states. I'll be real. There's a specific part in Zelda 2 where I just never learned how to do it the right way. I think Ocarina and... no, I can't even say that. Twilight Princess would be the next longest one for me. You don't consider save state cheating in Zelda 2? Look, mad respect to anyone who can beat Zelda 2 without save states. I play lots of platformers, and there are just certain things in that game that cheat so bad. How do I get that guy to move? I'll try it. I'll go a different path. Up and right. It's not just unfair, it's like... Okay, max level up and then beat the boss fight. Okay, that's fine, that's... whatever. Having to trek back through everything if you game over, and you're gonna game over, is more punishing to me, because I hate that shit, than what the game views it as. So even if you get, like, one of those kangaroo dudes will hitbox delete you out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you have to walk 30 minutes to get back to where you were. Like, that's my problem with it. And yes, it was an NES game. They were supposed to be time sinks. That's just not something I'm willing to live with these days. I probably just could have hookshotted. I don't know. It is brutal even by NES. That is 100% facts. What is... Sorry, my messages and stuff are coming in again. Oh. Okay. Anyone have any ideas on how I can get that guy to look away so I can get past him? Oh, wait, never mind. I see. Wait. Whoops! I wanted to jump onto the platform. Are you coming by again, platform? Does that lead anywhere? I really don't know if this leads anywhere. Oh, they didn't take my heart. You fools! That was my greatest strength. Music. Boing? The word going around is that a dragon wrapped in flames lived atop this volcano. The thing is, it isn't so easy to visit. He's made his lair somewhere hot. The normal folks can't bother him. What? No, I don't... I already know that. Okay, I need bombs for that. That's not where I need to go. Do I just go around with this? I feel like this is where I came from. Nope, there's a chest. Platform? Will this come underneath me? And then I gotta get the bomb. We gotta wait for the next platform. Being patient is the hardest part of this game. Okay. Okay. Let's wait until it's like directly in front of me. Please blow up, please blow up, please blow up. Okay, now we can stun people. Where'd that goblin go? Okay. Now, can I just go back up from here? And then I can scatter shot this dude, right? Excuse me. Safety. Save. Nope. No, I was shooting him. Link could have dodged that. Link 100% could have dodged that. Camera? Wait, how do I get in there? Is it here? There's a fence. What do I... Is it here? Okay. I just didn't see it. What's down here? No. Got my bomb bag back. Oh, he's gonna blow up. Can I blow him up? I need him to blow up. Oh, which one are you playing? Typing of the Dead? Mavis teaches typing? That's a good one. Hyper Shark. I don't know that one. My favorite was oh, I don't remember the name of it. The one on Neopets. That one was my favorite. Save. Now I gotta blow up the path to the second half. And that was over this way. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the Neopets one. I had to make a new account on Neopets because I lost my account. Can I get both if I put it right here? Is that calculated? That was calculated. Typing Terror, yeah. That was a good one. The Master Sword. I had to get the $5 before the Master Sword. You know, priorities. The true Master Sword back. You cut right through your troubles like before. You can also talk to Fee again. Thank you, Master Link. Please excuse me for leaving your side during a brief trouble with the volcanic eruption. While I was here, I detected a strong source of power emanating from the area on the far right. Signs indicate 6% chance of the dragon who knows the verse from the Song of Heroes dwells there. Please reacquire the rest of your gear and continue the search for the dragon. But Fee, I don't know where the rest of my stuff is. Safety save. Alright, how I get in that room? How I get in that room? From that ledge. How do I get that ledge? I missed. I'll get that after I get my arrows back. No, I need my beetle. Well, can I make this jump? That did not look like I could. I don't know what I need this for, but I'm gonna need it. I made it across. I'm making that jump. This game's tripping. I 100% made that jump. Saying I didn't make that jump. I made that jump. Is this the rest of my items? Everything else. The rest of your items are here too. I don't need to go back. Yes, I do. What? I can't make that jump. Kinda wish I had my bomb bag, like my bigger one. I guess I can go get it now that I got the rest of my stuff, right? Only 9 arrows. They cheated me. I wasn't sure I was gonna land that hit. I really thought that I was too far away. But good news, we got a new goddess cube. And got my little bug buddy. Hello? a man of flesh and blood has walked his way in the heart of the burning hall. Now this is something. If I have the right of it, the mark you bear upon your hand is not just a fashionable decoration. There can be no doubt about it then. The goddess has chosen you to hear the melody I have guarded for her all these years. Listen well, human child. I will sing my part of the Song of Hero. Link's a musical genius to remember all of these notes perfectly. You learn part of the Song of Hero. I'm afraid that eruption was caused by an explosion of my power. It looks like you were caught up in it. My apologies. The skies above this land should clear soon. You should go. Yeah, he can play, what? 9, 10... 14 different instruments? I report, Master. The volcano activity that impeded your return to the sky earlier has ceased. Yeah, he knows every song, hearing it once. He never forgets a song, and he always plays them perfectly. It is now possible to return to the sky again. Including the musical net? What are you referencing there? Master, the melody is yours acquired as part of the Song of Hero. I recommend you seek out the other 2 dragons in respective areas and learn the other 2 parts of this song. Oh, LimeWire. Yep, I got you now. I got my net back. He rivals SpongeBob. I don't know why you're talking trash on it. Don't run with it like that. Why? That's how you jellyfish. Yeah, it just crossed my mind of how amazing of a musician he is. Studio, it used to be like that too. I'm gonna go talk to the pretty girl at the storage thing and get my bomb bag from her. Look, we didn't know any better, okay? We had to learn the mistakes of the internet so your generation could live safer. You don't understand. We had the outlaw lands way before you guys were even born. Hey, what's wrong with plain rice? There's nothing wrong with plain rice. I don't know, you made it sound negative. It felt spiteful. Welcome, my darling. I have been waiting for you. You can trust me with anything. Your stuff, I mean. Anything you want me to hold on to? Yes, please. I guess I don't need the treasure medal anymore. I don't need that either. Can I get by with one bottle? I don't want to give up my rupees for the heart piece. But I should. You think she looks like grown Helga? No, she doesn't. She looks cuter than Helga. Heart containers, large bomb bag, large quiver, 3 bottles. I don't need the nut one. I probably don't even need the hearts, but I want them. Well, now I'm no longer interested in her, because y'all compared her to Helga. She is. You just have unnatural beauty standards. Okay. I think I'm satisfied with this. I need more arrows, though. Hey, you, what do you got to say? I haven't seen the fortune teller much these days. You know, his crystal ball got broken, right? I just hope he's not sitting at home kicking himself for not foreseeing this. Would you mind running over and checking in on him? His house is on the eastern edge of Skyloft. No! I don't know what counts as east. You're not given a stream announcement? Okay, Marceline, a customer would like to speak to you. I mean, stream announcement went out at like 2:50. Don't you worry, I'm grinding away at this. I don't know what is east. Nah, Koa's just a good boy. Yeah, man, 4 hours and 40 minutes. What's the east side? Is this east? Yep. He's a good boy when he listens, and he listens more when the professor is around. Potion shop. Scrap shop. Fortune teller. Fortune teller. Hey, bud, you okay? I'm fine. Go on, go on. Please leave me be. My crystal ball has shattered, and without it, my eyes can no longer gaze deeply into the future. I didn't see anything for Breath of the Wild. It's almost as though these exquisite, all-seeing eyes of mine have begun to dull and cloud over the sadness now that my crystal ball is gone. Tears of the Kingdom, I see a lot of comparisons with this game, which makes me grateful that I'm playing through this. And I can't wait to spend all my Minecraft time building the most badass tank possible. I'm gonna gather all of the materials. We're going full gummy ship. It's gonna fly. It's gonna drive. I'm gonna make it a submarine. We'll see how extravagant I can get with it. If only I had a new crystal ball to gaze into. Is it not true that you recovered a piece of the windmill from beneath the clouds recently, young man? How do you melt it remotely? Man, my Switch is going to be getting a workout with all these Zelda games. I don't think it's going to have real dungeons, Shmagegi. Here's my theory based off of the evidence proven for like what I think the story's going to be about. Since the sword gets destroyed, I have a feeling you're going to have to go to the 3 dragons, get the dragon flames, rebuild the sword, and then depending on the strength of the sword progression, just like in this, will be how easy of a time you have against Ganon. That's my theory based off of just the trailers. The two trailers that we've seen. I mean, no, the Master Sword never broke from durability. They haven't said they were bringing back destructible weapons, but they did show craftable weapons. So I don't know about that yet. The Shadow... Oh, I already did that. There may still be others like it where it came from. Yes, yes. Would you search for a new one for me? Yeah. Yes, no doubt. You can see the gratitude in my eyes. The robot who originally retrieved this crystal ball said that it have reported that the found in the building atop a mountain peak. Can you believe it? Your dowsing ability is calibrated. Yep. Yep, set her the crystal ball. Oh, good luck with that, studio. I'm counting on you, young man. Yep. You got a cat sack? Alright, next island. She broke cat crimes? Hey Link, always in a hurry to get somewhere, aren't you? Hey, you have a classmate named Sturch, right? He said he discovered some kind of insect paradise inside the big thunderhead. That guy really loves bugs, doesn't he? I wonder what he intended to do with this insect paradise. Make a lot of money. I wanted to go to the orange. But yeah, I'm more excited for Tears of the Kingdom than I was Breath of the Wild, just because they added crafting to it. And I know that's the dumbest thing possible, but based off of that trailer, if you really can build vehicles gummy ship style, I may really like it. To add a bit of creativity to all of the random wandering around, that, like, I would prefer that. Do I go to the Temple of Time? No, the dragon was... Yeah, it depends on how you can craft. Even with the announcement of, like, craftable weapons, that makes me think that you can just put the weapons together. Based off of the first game, I would imagine it to be similar to Dead Rising. That's how I'm imagining how that would work. Like, chainsaw plus, I don't know, whatever. Do you guys remember where the fire was here? Well, I guess I should just go to the Temple of Time, huh? Master Chainsaw. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's gonna be rock plus stick, and then they do the cutscene where he assembles it, and then boom, axe. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Or it'll be like, I don't know, rusty sword plus metal. What would be really cool, and I would like it if you could do, like, shield plus metal spikes. Turn it into a, like, a bashing weapon or something. That is 100% how I will not play that game. If that's what happens, I will be demanding a refund in the worst consumer possible way. Oh, I never equipped my shield. Oh, that's right! The fire was on the ship. But I don't think the dragon was on the ship. Where was the dragon? See, when I think Nintendo branded crafting, I imagine it's like this item system. The items in this game, and then you just go to an NPC and then they craft it and give it to you. So it's just essentially like 100 different currency combinations rather than an actual crafting system. Yep, yep. Ancient harbor, shipyard, skipper's retreat, pirate stronghold. Yeah, the fire was on the boat, but the boat got destroyed. Bruh, okay. Fee, I need a hint. I don't know where in this giant place you want me to go. Yeah, like the cooking. This is a narrow sand sea. It may seem implausible. I assure you that the area is once featured. Okay, detected many monsters in the area. The weaker variety have found areas of the... Thanks, Fee. What's my objective? In order to try for Song of the Hero. Yep, I know. And okay, Farronwoods and Lanayru. Where do I go in Lanayru? Advice? Rumor. Okay. Additionally, claw swords have the ability to catch fire. Okay, yep. Well, there's a goddess cube over that way. Do any of you know where the dragon is? Are you looking for the dragon god? Never mind, I found it. If it's Master Thunder Dragon you want to meet, he's in the south of Lanayru Caves. I don't know any other dragon gods, though. Do you want me to take you somewhere by boat? Okay. South Caves. To the sky! I wonder if they'll add Loftwing DLC. I mean, there's no need to get stressed about it since it's something that you'll be working on for a long time, right? No, I'm gonna... Hey you, over there. Say, is that my buddy Link? It is! You have come at a perfect time. I have something I want to show you. Come up here. Hold on. Hold on. Hello, Link. How is your search for that sacred flame going? Did you find it? I've been dying to hear whether you found it. Well, did you? So after that wild, long adventure, you found it, Link. You are truly amazing. You know, I think it is time I tell you what I found out about the legend of the three dragons. I am certain there is a hidden area just beyond here in the desert. You see, I found a narrow passageway that is far too tight for me to fit through. And my gut tells me that this one of the three dragons of legend, the Thunder Dragon, lives there. These robots are connected to him somehow. I'm sure of it, bud. All this reading's kind of cracking my voice. The Thunder Dragon, robots, and time shift stones. What an adventure. I just remember, Link. I have to get something to report on the excavation progress you invested in earlier. I found loads of time shift crystals. Now I can pay you back 10 times what you gave me. That's an investment. Oh, that leads back to the other area. Okay, so I gotta go to where he was. so I can go through the path that he made. I do not recall where he was. Was it Lineru Caves? Ow. Okay. Oh, this is where it was. Wait. It's there. Hold on, I gotta sit first. Oh, I gotta blow that up. Did that reach? Okay. I'm gonna refill my bomb bag. I really gotta fill my arrow bag. That one is suffering. Oh, here it is. No, don't climb, Link. 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 Don't. Oddly enough, it seems that drawing a circle on certain strange walls will produce something round. Yeah. Hold on. There's an ant. Oh, another one. Look at all these bugs I'm getting, man. Oh, there's another one. I'm so grateful for all these bugs. I'm ready for another one to pop out. Oh, that wasn't a bug. Got it. This is Lineru Gorge. Legend tells of a dragon loyal to the goddess living in this area. Signs indicate that an ancient civilization established a quarry here to mine the deposits of high-quality time-shift stones. Consequently, the terrain is inactively subdivided, remnants long up. It's old and broken down. Okay. Nope. I need this. Hold on, I saw some more to blow up. Oh, I didn't mean to pick up the bush. Okay. Please don't break. Please don't break. You can do it! What if I did it facing this way? Will it work now? Nope. Will it work on this? There's not. What? Oh, Linneuru's dead. I gotta time shift him. Once again, I don't remember this. Okay. Entry to the area ahead is allowed by permission of Thunder God Linneu. I just remember getting the shield. Oh, there's a sparkly down there. Oh, that ant died. No, that's a new robot. I don't know why I'm carrying this. That's a part of the robot captain's crew. Where's that shiny thing? Okay, I'm gonna see what that is. It's a key. Can I pick the key up? Hey, Linneu, can I use this key on that door over there? Thanks. Thanks. He didn't say I couldn't go through it. Oh, I scared the bug. Eh. What do you have to say? There are lots of big time shift stones here. Did you get permission from Master Thunder God to come here like we did? We were just about to transport this time shift stone, the Master Thunder Dragon. There's so many monsters. Practice extreme caution. Okay. I'm ready. Oh. I need arrows. Oh, those Lizalfos. Oh. They're nothing. That's what they are. Oh, I guess the button's up there, huh? That's not my fault that Link didn't jump far enough. Climb the wall. Oh! That is not fair. Alright. I don't know why I'm getting a Kingdom Hearts vibe from this right now. No idea why. Leap! Man, leap! I glitched it. That's good. Is this the equivalent of an auto-scroller in a 3D environment? I hope these bats don't knock me down, because I have no way to defend myself here. flame. Ow. No, yeah, what? Oh, the cart's getting in the way. These things are annoying in 2D games, let alone in 3D. Let me just run through. Alright, stamina. You can do it! You can do it! Agree with what? Stop! No! No! Stop. Yeah, if that's how you... Robot? Robot? No! No, no, no. Oh. If that's how you can manage both things. Stop! Which one of you has the switch? Hi, Thief! How have you been? Rare occurrence of Thief. Can anyone do the / shout out for Little Thief? She is a streamer occasionally, full-time worker, full-time mom, full-time pain in my butt. Thank you, thank you. You click on that and you follow her. There's a goddess cube over there. How I reach that goddess cube? Okay, along that edge. Plant, I don't want to deal with you. I especially don't want to deal with you. There's a bomb. Okay, so I know I need the... No, I don't need that anymore. I need this. Got you. Where's Next guy. Got you. Next guy. Got you. And I got that for you. I blew myself up, but you know what? That's fine. That is A-okay. Now I gotta free the dragon. Look at that beard. Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Situation's critical. He's very sick, and we can't do anything with the time shift stones without Master Thunder Dragon's permission. But I guess we have bigger things to worry about than time shift stones. Oh, I wanted to go get that goddess cube. Hello, sir. Cough, cough. Oh, hello. I haven't had a visitor like you in quite a while. You're a human, aren't you? You must have some reason for coming this far. What is it? I see. So, you're Link from the sky. That's not much of a name, is it? How about I add model number to your name, like my friends have got? Maybe LD Link 16? Oh, I can tell you don't like the sound of that. That's a shame. So, what can I do for you? Oh, you say you need me to teach you a song? Hold on now, didn't you just say you came from the sky, Link? So, you're the hero chosen by the goddess, aren't you? I see. Well, that is something. Although I must apologize, you see, I can't really help you. I may have enough strength for a brief chat like this, but, well, as you can see, I'm quite ill. I'm in no shape to sing. And to think it was the goddess herself who entrusted me with important duty. I feel the deepest shame. Okay, well, how do I heal you? The robots were worried about me, so they planted a seedling from the Tree of Life. The fruit of the tree is said to be able to cure any illness. They planted the seedlings all over, but it just won't grow. I think this is the end for me. Alright, robot, tell me what to do. On the other side of the bridge, we planted a seedling from the Tree of Life, which is said to bear fruit that can cure any illness. The trees don't grow so well around here. Alright, let's get this seed. Oh, it doesn't reach that far. Is that not where they meant? What did they mean? Down there? Over there? We want Master Thunder Dragon to get well, so we planted a seedling from the Tree of Life, which bears a fruit that is said to cure any illness. Alright, let me go get it. Let me get this. Sorry, Bug. I can't catch you right now. I have to save a dragon. Why am I cleaning? So that way I can get the Seed of Life for the dragon to heal him. Hold on, I gotta get the Goddess Cube first, though. The Goddess comes first, okay? Well, yeah, it's housekeeping. You gotta keep your plants clean. Everyone knows a dirty plant won't grow. Master Thunder Dragon's condition has been bad for a long time, and the soil here is not suitable for growing trees. Only we had more time. You got the Life Tree saplings, a very young form of legendary tree whose fruit is said to cure any illness. What are you doing with that seedling? Master Thunder Dragon needs fruit from the tree to recover. Unless you mean to help the Master. Of course. What? What do you mean plants need dirt? No, they don't. You gotta keep them clean or they won't grow. You gotta, you know, cover them in water all of the time. Make sure to plant the seedling somewhere to be sure to thrive. The seedling to mature in Lanayru province is impossible. We're counting on you. Yeah. Oh, I know just the guy who can handle this. Uh-oh. Can I arrow it? Will this work? Almost. Down just a little. Okay, I'm almost out. Grab beetle. Worms make dirt? That's weird. Alright, we gotta go to the Temple of Time. We gotta plant the Deku tree. Oh, it gets taken very, like, good care. What was the 90s cartoon and toy that had, like, the holographic shield with, like, the creatures that would come out of them? Was it like King Arthur or something? I want Temple of Time. Sealed ground. Do you guys remember that toy? And I mostly remember it as a toy. I know there was a cartoon with it. Visionaries? Is that it? I only had one toy, and it was like a goldish shield, and it had like when you move it, it had a skull that laughed. But they were like holographic. I don't remember a staff. It may have been. There we go. Hey, Bruce, take care of this. It's great to finally see a sapling here and all, but it's going to take ages to get that thing to grow tall. My analysis indicates the location is ideally suited for growing your seedling. However, I project that the seedling in this time will take it far too long. Okay, I'll go back in time and plant it. Supernaturals or visionaries? I'll have to Google it. But they were really cool toys, and the Loftwing reminded me of that. Because the Loftwing is on the Hylian shield. Planted in the past. Hey, Impa, can you look after that tree for me? Thanks, I'll see you in 100 years. Thanks for taking care of the tree, Impa. Asking why Link is abusing time is like asking why fish swim and birds fly. It's all he knows how to do. He just abuses the time stream. You got a life fruit. Thanks. Hey, Bruce, thanks for taking care of the tree. Oh yeah, this is a tree I could look at all day. It's symbol for this temple or something. Every time I stare at it, my jaw starts hanging open, and I get this weird happy feeling. Because it's gonna be the Deku Tree! It's like the most important location in all of Zelda's. Oh wait, I can just fly out from here. Yeah, and he also exploits the Dark World and the Twilight for their resources. Dude's a menace. Okay, how do I get out of here? A bug. Got it. To the sky. I hope there's a warp point close to the dragon. You never stop. If you're passing a save point, you have to save. I don't make the rules, I just live the life. That is not how I lost it, I'll have you know. I lost the Final Fantasy VII Remake save because I gave that PlayStation to Thief so she wouldn't lose any of her saves, and sacrificed it valiantly when I purchased the replacement. I saved all of her saves to sacrifice mine. So, kind of a hero. And I just started replaying it, so hopefully I'll get through it pretty soon. Hey, eat this. Eat this. It'll make you feel big and strong. Oh, Link, hello there. Is there something you need? Nothing I need, something you need. That's a good thing, isn't it, Studio? Oh, is that what I think it is? You brought me that here. You brought that here for me, didn't you? Whoa, down the hatch. He just wanted a snack. Zing-a-ding-ding. Oh, you've done it, boy. I can feel the fruit's effect surging through me. It's exhilarating. I feel like a proper dragon again. Give me a shield. I would like an upgraded shield. I'll pass your trial. Just because I have eternal life doesn't mean I can't get mighty sick. Thanks to you, boy, this old dragon will keep on charging a while yet. I owe you a big thank you, so allow me to perform a moving rendition of my part of the Song of the Hero. I should warn you, I've got a mean set of pipes and I know how to use them. This'll clean those ears, boy, so brace yourself. And Link's deaf. Part of the song. The dragon was singing. Link, I owe you my life. You have to let me repay you. Give me some time to prepare, and when you next return to visit me, I believe you will be mightily pleased. Well done, Master. You have acquired the second part of the Song of Hero. The final part can be found somewhere within Faron Wood. When I come back here, I can challenge and get the best shield. That part I remember, because I struggled. Time to save. When I play baby games, of course. No, it is time to save, because I'm ending today's stream. 5.5 hours is a lot. I will be back tomorrow. It'll probably be another long boy again. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for checking out the stream. If you're new around here and you enjoyed it, please give me a follow. If you're watching the VOD or the archive, give me a follow. Here's a list of everybody who has subbed or has been gifted a sub. My mods, who I greatly appreciate for not bullying me constantly. And coming up next is the games that I have beaten in 2023. Once again, thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow, within 5 hours or so, I'll be able to beat this. And then we will discuss what I'm moving on to after Skyward Sword. So, I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great night. I don't have anyone to raid, so I will see you guys next time. Thank you.